All right. What are we doing today? Need a line tool. We need some shit. Where is undo? There. We do something in here. So what happens here? If history action type equals object placement, this is when we do undo action. Right, so we don't need to care about any of these. This is where we need to care. So we need to store the indices here. That's gonna be vector3 int min. But something more. I don't like having variable names like that. Nah, we have to set it to negative. Then in here we do index. So below there, here, You have to write if in position.x equals -1, then min position equals index. If max position.x equals -1, then max position equals index. Else, if this is where it gets a little bit annoying. Well, let's just go with else. Min position dot set the if index.x is less than min position.x, then index.x, otherwise min position.x. Right. And then we just have to let that run. Wait, well, yeah. We just run through that. We'll run through this. If check selection. And once this is done, then we do... What is the function called? It's called buffer something. Right buffer section. What's that an own? What are you talking about? So here we need start position. Well, alright, so it's gonna be... it's just min position. And this is max position minus min position. Now, is this an exclusive range? I think it's an inclusive range. We'll see. We will see. It's easy to test. I don't know if that's enough. Let's see if that's enough. That was absolutely not correct. I feel like that should work. Oh no, it's because I haven't set this to greater than. Okay. Oh no. That's correct. Now we just need to add that shit to redo. Goes below index. What about delete? Is that a separate thing? I don't remember where I put that. I have cancel selection, and that doesn't really come in. Delete selected. Right, where did undo go? Put this there. But here we already have the sizes, so we don't need to do this. We can just do right buffer section. Focus controller, editor selection. But we have to do it before that. Well, maybe not, but it's gonna be focus controller dot editor selection size A. This is focused controller dot editor selection size B. And it's inclusive. Anyway, that should be it for that. Well, paint some shit. Whoops. Wait, what? Oh, it's... The logic is still affected by the brush size, even though I changed the way it looks. Okay. Yeah, we'll have to fix that. So now if we... Oh, okay, then that breaks as well. Alright. Okay, well, I don't know where that came from, but... Well, is that because... Nope, I don't know. Delete. Crash? Selected objects list. Huh? How can that crash it? Selected object. Selected objects list. Being set right there. This is in start, right? No, that's in init level. But init level should run. Like here, when we open it, I run new level, don't I? Yeah. So I run new level on start. And that runs init level. And that should set it. Or was it focus controller maybe? How's that? How's it going? Yeah. It crashes inside the level editor, though. But why would it do that? But I'm also a bit weirded out. Because if we go in here and we check the editor, there it's, well, it says focus controller there. Here though, it says none. I'm not sure why it crashed. Also, I slept in the couch tonight. This is gonna be a slow day. Yeah. Cut myself open yesterday. Alright, let's look at it again. Maybe it was something simple. But, no, I don't know. So if we just draw some crap, then we select, delete, crash. And it crashes here at focused controller.selected objects list. But how can it crash in the level editor? The level editor actually has a focus controller, which is the system controller. Let's look at the tools then. Well, how can it be the tools? Can we delete RIA? Can't delete RIA either. It complains about the exact same thing. Focus controller.selected objects list.count. That's weird. Is it the list itself, or? Let's just check that, I guess. So it's still weird. I don't really like that. No, it still crashes. So it's... what? Where do we call delete? Is it in here? It's gotta be in here. Input.get button down if focus controller.selection active and focus controller selected object list.count. No, or the count is greater than 0. Then we delete selected. So what if I just comment this shit out? Still crashes? On focused controller. But it's right there. And undo works, so... This is so strange. I don't like strange. Why does it have to be strange? I don't have brain power for this right now. Man, am I calling delete from... Like, I don't... It makes no sense. Because undo works. Right? So... How could this possibly be wrong? I don't get it. Because if we load a level, we place a bunch of objects, we select them, now we literally have a selection list and delete, and it crashes. And if we then go to object selection tool, it gets added to controller.selectedObjects list. Am I even... Are we serializing them? We are serializing them. So we have a selected objects list right there. And the focus controller is there. What is happening? This is so strange. Am I running out of memory or something? No? No? What? Let's see. Selection objects. Selected objects list equals new list. Ugh. There. What about now? Is that it? It just is angry? No! It crashes in the exact same place. What? This is impossible. It's gotta be something else, and it's just showing me Well, no, it doesn't enter it. It crashes there, but this is the weirdest thing. You know what makes even less sense? The selected objects list is... It clearly exists, right? And the only way it could get in here at all to crash is via focus controller. We don't need to do this though. We can try removing this. Because it's already being called from the focus controller, so it doesn't actually need to, like, reference itself. That could be the crash. Because now that I think about it, that means it's calling to the focus controller, and then this is running inside, and then that's trying to call focus controller. But it's calling from inside of the main controller, and the main controller doesn't have a focused controller function. So that makes perfect sense. Let's see if it checks out. It was just... It wasn't actually saying that it was wrong there. Which is what was weird. Execute action. Alright, was that it? Oh, thank God. Thank God. And that seems to be working. Select the entire building, delete, undo, redo, undo, redo, undo. What about objects? Objects work? Yeah, no, it's fine. No, it's not fine. Huh? Oh, it takes quite a chunk for it to happen now. Yeah, it's definitely not free. Update buffers either. Hey. So I don't really see how any of that can cause a error there. Did it have to do with deleting these guys? What? Yeah, there's something. Does it happen? Let's see. Does it happen when we delete here? Okay, so it happens when we undo placement. Object placement. Quite strange that that would crash it when undoing a deletion doesn't cause any issues. Right buffer section. Did I? Oh, wait. Did I do something silly here? Not really. Why is this running? Huh? No, that's not even... What? Yeah, no, let's undo area. Undo placement. Undo movement. Undo object deletion. Oh. Cleared selected objects. Yeah, no, that's not what we're looking at. Undo area. Yeah? Undo placement. Wait, did it... Why does it run undo area? Oh, that's why. That's why. We forgot an else if there. Okay. Yeah, I can't dispose of the compute buffers when the program crashes, sorry. And now the redo is broken. Is the redo doing the same thing then? Yeah. But I didn't change anything there. All we have is that, and that. Try again. Shit. Delete. Remove that. Make some selections. Delete. Oh, no, that's a crash. Is it because I'm deleting tiles that aren't drawn? No, that shouldn't cause a crash. What is happening here? That's not an issue. So what was the problem there then? This looks better now? Does it? Hmm. Fuck. Oh, so tired today. Is it break time yet? Nope. What the hell is this? Alright, what else can we do? Does, do the characters have to be involved? No? Just crashes after a while. Oh wait, is it like that? That doesn't make any sense. No. Now it doesn't crash at all. What's up for lunch today? I'm not eating today. Not drinking milk. After eating, you would fall asleep. I mean, that's not why, but maybe. I just need to do a fast and see if it helps stop my feet from hurting. Same thing with the milk especially. Because it got better after I skipped milk for a couple of days, but then now it's back. But I don't know if that was the reason. So confused. I put them in freezing cold water, that helps. Oh, out of bounds? Did I actually draw out of bounds there? Might have. Yeah, okay, we need to add out of bounds checks for the buffer updates. chop my feet off. Chop my head off. Chop my arms off. They'll move the pain and I won't feel it. Why is it like this? What is happening there? How the hell do I debug that? Maybe... Let's see, delete selection. Maybe it has something to do with this. Because here I'm resetting the tile. But maybe I'm not resetting the tile correctly. So... what values should we have here? Test tile matrix. XY 0 0. Tile sheet 0. X2 XY tile sheet 2 0 0 0. Do I even have a tile sheet 2 anymore? I guess so. Yeah, maybe. Bool visible equals true. Haven't even started dealing with that yet. Building ID 255. Floor number 255. Temp tile dot room ID equals new. Wait, what the fuck am I doing here? I am never opening ChatGPT and doing anything with it. Just because I'm anti, because people never stop talking about it. Like every single stream someone mentions it. Might have something to do with the list, but I don't think so. don't know if I need the room count anymore. Sad, dying. I don't know what's going on. Now see, this here, it might be a big issue. And we have to figure out a way to deal with it. See, the problem is that we're using a list for the rooms. And when I do this kind of stuff, I make a tile here and I set this tile to tile matrix. And then I like add it in here or add it back or whatever. I think it might be fine here. But it's kind of just copying around a reference to the list. And if this, for example, hadn't been a new declaration for every for loop for the tile here, then it would copy the reference over to every single tile and it would overwrite them and none of them would work anymore. So the fact that we get a new tile here, it might be like the only thing that's saving this function. I assume. Unless it's doing something internally where it's like not redeclaring this every single time. But I think it is. Are we missing something else? I think so. Oh shit, that is laggy as hell. Like, really bad. It's not even writing. It's just... like, the undo doesn't seem that bad. So... what is lagging? Here, it's doing something. It's like... the hell? And like there, it has no problems. But undoing the selection is insane. Why? What was I looking for? Undo. If check selection. And what is causing this lag spike? It can't be this, can it? I've been using this the entire time. Like, the only thing that's new is the buffer write. And it works fine, usually. What? Ah, there it is. There it is. That explains it. I put the buffer right inside the for loop. That's no good. Don't want it to be there. Did it here too for some reason. Does it crash? I didn't do anything but select some shit. Index out of range. How? Take tile rooms. Is that what it's... Right buffer section. Delete selected. I mean, it doesn't really say. Exclusive range. Take tile rooms. Tile.roomnumbers.count. So what? Room numbers 0, 0, 0, 0. Like, what? What are you complaining about? Or is it... Wait. Did I do something wrong? Delete selection. Editor selection size B. Yeah, okay, it's gotta be this. It's gotta be... I thought selection size B was a size, not a position. So maybe we need to do that. Maybe it's literally just going outside of the bounds of the tile matrix and that's all that's happening. But I don't think so, because it's still deleting the things properly. But it still is, so maybe that was it. I don't understand how it... Oh, no, I know why. It was because it was just writing the buffer. And that means that, because the buffer, it only... I only send it an area, and then it just updates that section on the GPU, right? And so what was happening was that I was making this selection, but it was actually making this selection when it was going to do that shit. And that just sometimes ended up outside of the tile matrix. Is this actually broken? It is. How is this broken? I fixed it like last week and it was working fine. How the hell did we break that again? Very strange. I'll be right back. Cables. The cables. Oh, they're everywhere. That's tripwire. Hmm. What we doing? What's we doing? Did I fix it? Yeah, I fixed something. What next? We've added the buffer right to this. We start development on the line tool. This is done. I guess we work on the line tool. I'm sure we'll find more fun bugs as we... Oh yeah, let's write that down. Let's see... Right. Don't write buffer outside of bounds. I think I'll take my break now. Go for a little run. Just so we can start a new feature with a fresh brain. But the line tools should be extremely easy. Though there are some quirks that I don't know how well it'll work, because for example, if I want to have a preview of what I'm drawing with the line tool, then I would have to update the buffer every frame. And I don't know how heavy that is going to be. But now that we are using a buffer, we might be able to hijack it to show a preview. So instead of drawing the tile, we draw what is supposed to be in the tile. But we'll have to write a function for that. And I do kind of need that. Like, if I'm going to make a... If I'm going to make it so that you can select an area and then drag it to move the tiles around, that is going to need to do that, because otherwise it's going to feel really weird when you're just moving around an empty selection, and then when you press escape, it just gets dropped there. You would want to see. Yep. I'll be right back. This song is way too long. Oh, my tummy hurts. I've been eating way too many pain pills. Oh. It makes me a little bit sad to see just how... Like, I don't know. To which extent people are NPCs. Like, I don't get it. I don't get it. How many quote tweets is that now? 93 quote tweets. Because I said that JRPGs are still Final Fantasy 1 and they have not evolved gameplay-wise. 91 quote tweets. People are super angry. And it's like the... Oh my god, the way people reply is so stupid. Like, they don't understand. They're like, you know, you're so stupid. It's literally you. Oh. Don't you know Persona 5 has like... It's got like this system and that system, and it's got like dating sims tied into it, and you know, it's 3D, and like... like, they don't understand. They don't get it. Like, they just don't understand. It's so sad. So sad. Because what it tells me is that if you make a game that has actual gameplay depth, that's going to be a niche product. Because people aren't going to appreciate it. They are only going to appreciate, like, because what people do is they look at the art and like the music and the like the overall vibe of the game, and that's the experience. Because like the average gamer doesn't care about really anything. They care about the overall experience and like if they're crushing on the main character, basically. Like it's that level of experience that most people have, and that bleeds over psychologically into every other aspect of the game, because they start liking the music because they like the game. Like it's not separate. It's completely one and the same. And it's the same thing, like someone who's like borderline a stalker of a celebrity. Like, it's the same thing. Like, they'll love everything that the celebrity is in, even though it's trash, right? And it's the same thing here. They just don't actually care. So they can't understand, and that's why they just see it like, it's like if you blur your vision, then look at something and it all just kind of melts together into something that's good. Just don't understand. They don't know what a gameplay loop is. They don't know anything. And like the average JRPG is so shallow. It's but a lot of people are still stuck in like the old mindsets. Hello, Peter. Like a game being good. My Twitter is at CarnivoreKing88. And it is not sanitized whatsoever. But like the average JRPG, it doesn't have really any gameplay. It's literally just a bunch of buttons that are the same button. And then you press them on the enemy, and then the enemy dies. Usually within one turn or two. Usually. That's like the norm average encounter length in a JRPG. And a lot of people are still stuck in the old ways. And when they look at a game like this, they don't mind that. What they look at is, how much do I like have to grind? And do I have to go in and lose with this one button gameplay? And then see, oh, they're doing like fire damage or something. And then I have to go back and go to town and prepare for that so I can go in. Like, some people enjoy that, but to me, that is not part of the actual gameplay loop. Like, that's content. That's what the challenge is. And like in that instance, it's just, it doesn't have a gameplay loop. So the entire challenge is just, what items do you have? You're just altering your stats so that your one attack button can win. And so many games, like almost all games are like this. That's why I hate games in general, because I'm so sick of it. There's so few games that actually make you plan ahead. Like, that's why I kind of like Pathfinder, even though I hate D&D and I absolutely despise the Pathfinder system. Because despite CRPGs being shit, some of them still have like a back and forth between the player and the enemies. If you're playing Pathfinder in real time, it's just like a JRPG. You just toss fireball with all your characters on the monsters and then they all die in one turn instantly. But if you're playing it in turn-based mode, the enemies can actually do things. They can cast like, you know, spells on you, even though spells is like the only thing that exists in the entire game. And you might have to dispel it, or you might have to like clear, like move your characters away from an AoE that's on the ground or something. And you can dispel that. You can CC enemies. You know, it has some layers. But most games just do not. That's why I don't like FPS games, because I just feel like they don't have any layers gameplay-wise. Like, it's the only thing that happens in an FPS is you walk around and then you pick up like new guns and shoot enemies with them. The only thing that kind of adds some kind of gameplay depth to an FPS for the most part is enemies with quirks. So like maybe there's a big enemy that you have to shoot in the eye only or something, and like the rocket launcher isn't good for it. Like that's what happens in an FPS. But otherwise they just don't really have gameplay mechanics. the way I look at it is you have like an enclosed internal gameplay loop, right? And this loop is, if you imagine you're just fighting a scarecrow, like a target dummy. That is the enclosed internal game loop of the game. And that, in my opinion, is the most important part of the game. You can do without this being advanced, but if you don't have an advanced loop, you have to have an external gameplay loop that is advanced. And that means enemies. But for that to happen, you also need some level of skill-based input, right? Because an FPS game can have that. Like you might be able to aim better than someone else, for example, and that's, you know, that's an entire aspect on its own. But otherwise, an FPS game is literally just standing there and mashing the left button, right? While a game like Devil May Cry, you can do all kinds of things. And even an MMO like World of Warcraft, if you're playing a Death Knight, you're gonna have, you know, an internal loop within your kit that's just gonna be the way your class plays. And then you have additional ways or additional tools for certain situations, which generally just is like a DPS boost thing or something, or like a big nuke. But JRPGs, they don't do this. Like, almost ever. There's just never anything like that. And it's just like you're just vomiting damage spells on enemy, and there's nothing else to it. Oh. And I just don't get it. Yeah, that's why I told you that the core aspect that you need to focus on is enemy design. Because if you just have an FPS game where you're just walking around in corridors and like crouching through tunnels, what do you have? You need to have encounters that challenge the player somehow, and you need to have enemies that like maybe force you to switch weapons. Maybe you need something that does this or that. I honestly think ammo is kind of a negative aspect of FPS games. Like, as a mechanic, I don't think it's good. Because it means that you have to, like, if you want, like, you can't design the game properly with ammo in it. It's so weird, because, for example, let's say you design an enemy that maybe you need to shoot off its shields with a rocket launcher or something to defeat it. Like, literally something like that, or you have to, like, grappling hook it to pull something off, or, like, I don't know. Melt its shields with a plasma rifle, whatever. You can't do that with ammo in the game. Because then, if you have ammo, you're now forcing the player to use like a basic weapon or always reserve ammo, just in case, because they won't know what's coming. You might throw like 10 of these in a row, and they might need to have all of the ammo that they had, that they can find on the map to like even get through the level, if you do that kind of design. So if you have ammo, you have to kind of average out all the weapons functionalities, so they just do damage, you know. So no matter what, you can defeat all enemies with every weapon as well. So it limits how you can design the game very, very severely, and it also makes fun weapons less possible to use because you might just need to save them, and it tends to turn into like a JRPG potion hoarding scenario where you just end up not kind of using them. That varies from player to player, but it is a factor. But it's also kind of hard to actually add mechanics, gameplay wise, in an FPS game. Because like what can you actually do except give the player more weapons? You can add a dodge, for example. That's one thing, and for that you need to have, well, even without a dodge, you still need like reactable projectiles, right? And one big problem with FPS games in general is that if you can just strafe and avoid all fire, because they have slow firing projectiles, then what is there to it? Like, you're just strafing and shooting enemies, and like they can't really touch you unless they come close. But if they auto hit you with like they've got hit scan weapons, for example, what do you have now? Now you have a corner peeker. So now you have to go back and forth between corners and just, hello Revere, how's it going? And just shoot like that. So it's kind of difficult that way to like actually design a shooter well. Destiny, if you look at Destiny 2, the way they do it is they use the Halo system with shields. And I think that's a good system in general, because it lets you be out and fight for a while your shield is taking damage, and then you have to go into corner peeker mode for a while. But I still think it's kind of rough in general. I do think Destiny is a really good example to look at for FPS design, that you can do a little bit more, because you know they've MMOized it a little bit where you have abilities and stuff like that. I still think it's a little bit on the shallow side, but it's still pretty decent, because you can have a bunch of different kinds of builds. You can choose all kinds of different grenades that you like, and then you have those grenades as like a power that you can keep using. You can have different kind of melee abilities that work differently. Each class has different like class mechanics. I don't remember like what the Warlock does. But for example, the Titan can put down a shield that they can stand behind. The Hunter has a dodge, and the dodge will like reload their weapon or reload their melee ability. And like there you have some internal gameplay, right? Already. And it lets you do more than just either just strafe or just peek from behind a corner. Because you can add more to it. And for example, if you're playing a hunter, I think you can make it regen your shield, I'm not sure. So that way you can be out and you can shoot and you can dodge and it regens your shield, and then you can shoot for a while, and then you have to go and hide. But see, these are the things that I look for in games, and that's what I mean when I talk about gameplay. Because a lot of people, when I talk about gameplay and they want to rebut me and call me stupid, what they do is they start talking about context and content and just other bullshit stuff that's just tacked on that has nothing to do with anything. Like in Persona, you have the social links. Like, it's literally just a bad date sim just tacked onto the game. Like, that's not part of the game's gameplay. Like, it's just like a side thing. If you like that, sure, but it's not what I'm talking about. People don't get it. And even if you do start allowing to talk about other games, because when I say JRPG or CRPG, those mean very specific things to me. Like, a CRPG is Baldur's Gate, it's Temple of Elemental Evil, it's you know, whatever. I can kind of include wizardry type games in there, but I want to call those something different than a CRPG. Like, a CRPG is the Baldur's Gate game style to me. And like, and if it isn't, then the CRPG genre is irrelevant. Like, you can't just cram everything in because it like artistically fits within the genre title, because that makes no sense, and it doesn't describe anything anymore if you do that. Like, if you start including like Nier Automata and Elden Ring as a JRPG as well, then you don't have a genre anymore. You have a geographical origin. So a JRPG is Final Fantasy. That's what a JRPG is. And you can take steps away from that, but every step you take away from Final Fantasy is a step into another genre. So it's less of a JRPG the more you move away from it. And to some degree, it's fine, right? But at some point, it also stops being a JRPG. But even if I allow, like, steps away from that core concept, most steps away aren't necessarily good either. Because I'm going on a super rant here, but I've been... like, this is all I think about, to be honest. But like, every step away isn't necessarily just good either. Because they come at a cost, often. And often that cost is what made your game popular in the first place as well. So I see people mentioning Tales of games a lot, because those are JRPGs, I guess. They're action games, really. But at the same time, they are close enough to like a basic JRPG setup that, sure, we can include that. But to get this like action combat that they have, what did they have to do? They had to sacrifice all the characters that you have in your party. So now you only have your main character, and then you have a bunch of retarded AI party members that just do whatever the fuck. And then they die all the time because they're stupid AI companions. And now you also have this 2D, now it's 3D, but you have this 2D plane where you're fighting, where all your characters get like bunched up on each other, and then they get like insta-killed by one enemy that swipes once. Happens all the time in Tales. And the actual gameplay depth in, for example, Tales of Phantasia, which was the first one for Super Nintendo, is still Final Fantasy 1 levels of depth, because you don't really do anything. It's like one step above. It's added an extra layer where you can move around, which feels nice. It feels like it's deeper. It feels, you know, different, especially back then. But it's not any more actually engaging compared to the enemies. The only thing that happens in a Tales game is the enemy flying. Okay, then I have to use the attack that reaches the flying enemy. So it's still literally just red button versus blue enemy. because there's nothing else going on in the game. Like, the most you can do is press the block button, which is nice. And I do think it's an advancement of the genre a little bit, but it's still, like, super lame. But the problem I have isn't with Tales of Fantasia being lame for a Super Nintendo game. The problem I have is that there's been literally, like, almost 20 instances of the same fucking franchise since then, and they haven't done anything. It's literally only become worse. The only time it became any better at all was, like, maybe in Tales of the Abyss or something. And the only reason why Tales of the Abyss is any better than Tales of Fantasia was because they added 3D movement and the buttons feel a bit nicer. Like, it's just smoother to play. And that's it. Like, there's no other difference. And then all the newer games just add things that make the games even worse. It's like, I don't understand how people aren't as fucking annoyed as I am at how shit games are and how little they have evolved over the years. But then again, every single person who is attacking me is a 14-year-old with pronouns in their bio, so I don't know what I'm expecting, really. Like, they've literally only played Persona 5 and 4, and that's it. Maybe 3. Fire Emblem. And they've only played, like, the newest Fire Emblem 2. They don't even know what they were like back in the GBA days. Oh. Fire Emblem is also just Final Fantasy 1. More or less. Oh my god. And it still is to this day. Since the first game to the last game, Final Fantasy 1. And they've only added things that made it worse, not better. See, like, the one of the only games in the JRPG franchise that's like actually Japanese, if we want to stay within the geographical origin, that I've played that, like, actually does a little bit of interesting stuff. That's Grandia. And Grandia is still not very interesting. And the only reason it is more interesting is because it has active combat, right? So when the characters move to attack an enemy, time passes. This is something that was already invented by Square Enix, and then they hogged it with they literally patented it for console games or for cartridge games, so nobody could do this mechanic until the PS1. And then what they did was they added, like, I think Grandia has some really good design choices, actually, even though, again, it's still, like, internally the characters not very interesting. All you can do on them is, like, equip spells, and then they all just have some abilities that all do the same thing, which is do damage. But the characters, because they've added this layer of being able to, like, it taking time for the character to move up to the enemy and attack, and at the same time the enemy's turns progress, and your turns progress while it happens. And they also show you what the enemies are planning. That's actually something I want to do as well. But they show you, like, when they're halfway through the active time battle gauge, they start showing you what the enemy is planning, or who it's targeting, and then it says question mark, question mark, question mark next to it. And then you know, okay, it's targeting this character. And then you can gauge, like, if it's that character's turn, or you can gauge, like, how far is that enemy from that character if you're choosing what someone else is gonna do. And then you can make choices based on that to, like, attack the enemy, and because you can use a combo attack which attacks a couple of times and it does more damage, or you can use a critical attack which attacks once, is slow, and if it's in their, like, action period when they are moving up to do something, it cancels their attack and their turn gets thrown back. So you can use like other characters to keep enemies occupied while your other characters' turns progress, and then you can time things like that and like cancel their attack properly. And just because of this one mechanic, this game is like 100 times more advanced than even any modern JRPG. Even though I still wish it did more. And then in 3 they did this mistake I'm always talking about, that they just add mechanics that don't add anything and just make the game worse. Like they added air combos, and it's just so dumb. It just makes you really angry when you fail to like do an air combo and it doesn't add anything. It's so annoying. But for FPS games in general, I think like adding some kind of ability button isn't bad. Like Skyrim, for example. Morrowind and Oblivion are like the worst games ever made. I don't understand how people like them. The story is shit, it looks like shit. The writing everywhere is shit. There's like nothing you can do in the entire game except walk around and kill enemies, which is fine, I guess. But the gameplay is like the worst. That's what's so annoying about it. Because in Morrowind, like, you can't do anything. You literally just walk up and you stab until you win, because it's just stat-based. There's nothing involved when it comes to aiming or timings or anything like that. While in Oblivion, there is. But what that just adds is that you kind of just stand at the edge of the enemy's range, and when you see them attack, you just walk back, and then they miss, and then you walk in, and then you swing, and then you walk back, and then they miss, and then you walk in. Like, that's the gameplay loop there, right? And in Skyrim, it's the same. Like, it's exactly the same. There's nothing more to it. Except that they did add the shout. So now you actually have an ability to do things, which kind of changes up how most encounters work. I mean, it's super unbalanced. You just frustrate all the enemies, and then you hit them while they're lying down and they can't do anything, or you just blow them off a ledge or something. Like, but it's there. Right, so there's a little bit more. But yeah. What are we doing? We're making a line tool. I'm a bit unsure. I'm afraid of what Starfield will. It'll be Skyrim. It's gonna be Skyrim. It's gonna be the same. The only difference between these games is like, do you like the environments? Pretty much. So I don't really get it. I don't really play. I've played them a lot, but I just don't care about TOD games anymore. It's like, I still think Elder Scrolls Online is their best game by far, on like almost every level. It looks worse than Skyrim. That's the only thing that I don't like about it compared to Skyrim. What am I working on today? I'm working on, I don't know, it's just random shit. I was just fixing some bugs, but I need to add a line tool to the editor. And I slept like 5 hours in the couch. Very sad. Don't get me wrong, I do like the concept of Skyrim. But I've played Skyrim, and I've done almost everything in Skyrim. And that's why I know that it doesn't have what I want from it, which is just like exploration and cool things and like storylines and quests and just stuff like that. Like, it just doesn't really have that. So I don't know. You joined a guild and like an hour later you're the guild master. Now the question is for this this line tool. Do I write a completely separate tool? Or do I add it to the pencil? I think we write a separate tool. I am a little bit unfocused. Let's see. Scripts. Level editor tools. Editor line tool. And then we're gonna steal the pencil tool. Shove it in there. Where did it go? Editor line tool. There. Mode. We don't have modes. So now we have to figure out how to implement some kind of preview. I've done that before, and it was dog shit. It was literally the worst thing I've ever programmed. And we're not doing that again. So what we have to do is... how do I do it? We're gonna have a for loop, I guess. Hmm. But the for loop, it needs to be... we have mouse origin and we have mouse position old. And we need to update the buffer based on our previous mouse position, or at all times, I think. Or does that just... because when you're drawing a line like this, we don't want to draw this until I release the button, but we still want to be able to see it. So that means we have to send this data to the buffer as we're dragging without overwriting the tiles. And but the thing is, if I draw here and we move to this extreme, then if I move back, it has to have that distance still, like the previous area we were at, so that it can update that tile as well. But I don't know really... I think we can write that. Some degree. Mouse origin, blah blah blah. I don't know if I can do this today, but we'll try. We start at mouse origin dot z, mouse origin dot y. Oh, my stomach hurts. Mouse origin dot x. But it depends a little bit. Why are they hammering? Is someone moving? No, they're smashing ice. But like I said, I slept like 5 hours on the couch. This day is gonna suck ass. But see, this needs to be different a little bit. I don't exactly know how it works with this part of a for loop. Like, had diarrhea till 3 a.m. Fun night. Nice. No Beth, yeah. Oh, yeah. What I could do today instead of this is just clean up the code in general. Like, that's gonna take way less brain power and writing comments and stuff. Like, I could do that. I don't know if I can manage to write the line tool today. This right here, a little bit annoying right away, but as I was saying before I got completely zoned out, was I don't really know how the integer declarations work in a for loop. Like if it re-declares it every single time, because I do find this kind of weird. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe it just keeps it like that. It would be stupid if it kept re-declaring it, but what I need to have here is I need to have a different kind of origin for if I'm drawing to the left, right? Because if I click here and this is the origin and I'm going over here, all I do is just add our current position, or I just subtract the start from that and we get an area, right? But if I go back here, then it's broken, because this only goes up to like a positive value. And it increments it, right? So what I could do here is something like int z equals if mouse position dot z is greater than mouse origin z, then the origin is mouse origin dot z. Otherwise, it's going to be mouse origin dot z minus it needs to be minus the difference, so it's going to be minus mouse origin dot z minus mouse position dot z. The other way around. Oh. I know, dude. It's crazy. I've never seen anything like it. I didn't realize JRPG fans were this bad. Like I don't. It is bad. Holy shit. Yeah, it's great. It's too hard not to, right? Like, at first it was kind of boring, but then it started getting better and better. I just could not avoid replying. Yeah, yeah. I got a little bit too caught up in it and I retweeted too much. But this doesn't happen every day to me. But I also had like the quality filter on and it just deleted everything. It's special. Yeah. Oh, my brain. Okay. Yeah, it's been the same thing the whole day. Like there's like out of 100 quote tweets, there's like 2 guys that agree. Except for my mutuals, of course. There's been like 1 or 2 guys that I follow who are actually P-brained as well. They do. It's insane. There are so many of them as well that literally has like 14-year-old in their names or in their bios. But the ones I like the most are their entire bios are just brands. Like it's literally just game companies. Like it's like I stan Square Enix and FromSoft and Bethesda. Like they just have those things and it's like nothing else in their entire. Right. This here also becomes weird, and I kind of don't like this solution. I'd rather just have 2. No, yeah. There have been so many who have said that Persona is the epitome of JRPG gameplay design. Like the actual combat system is the creme de la crop. Nothing has ever been done that is any better. Which isn't entirely wrong, because nobody makes any JRPGs that are any different at all. But yeah. I mean, I like them as well. That's why I'm upset that they're still so shit. It's like one of the best genres when it comes to just be laid back gaming and just chilling in your couch, dude. Plus, I like RPGs. So, I mean, I think just a turn-based RPG, just a straight up, could be like literally 10 times more interesting, at least, like, than what they're doing. You could add so much shit. It's just so shallow. And the only thing that they add is just stuff that just move it away from the genre. It doesn't improve the genre. It moves away from the genre. Like that is the issue. And that's why I don't even like looking at like Xenoblade or Tales of and being like, yeah, this is a JRPG. Like, no, it's like it's an action JRPG, maybe. Like if we add that to it, then yeah, sure, we can just. But it's not just a pure JRPG. I can't, because my brain can't focus on anything. Let's just comment this shit out. And then we go into the level editor or something and we start just cleaning up this dog shit. Because that has to be done, unfortunately, and we need to write comments, which is super interesting and fun. I mean, they are. It's great. Tales has been going on since NES. Was there a Tales NES game? I didn't know that. Is this guy full of shit? Tales of series. List of Tales of Fantasia. SNES. Original release date 2006. I don't think that's right. There, Japan. Oh, okay, fair enough. Yeah, it was just translated. It was never released outside. Yeah, okay, so it's not NES. Maybe he just misspelled. Contender for worst take I've ever seen on the internet. Boy. My favorite part is when they're attacking me for mentioning CRPGs and they're like, all CRPGs are just Baldur's Gate clones, and I'm just like, yeah, I know, they kind of suck. It's not like not like I'm a CRPG stan or anything. Oh my god. Definitely the right choice to not tweet the stream link today, though. I don't think Fallout is well, it's Fallout 1 and 2. Yeah, kind of. Fallout 3, is it though? Is it really? I don't know. Hello, Yin Yang, how's it going? I mean, it depends on what you want to... Like, genres are stupid in the first place, so... It's... And that's why I argue that, like, it's not a CRPG, because... If you're just talking about RPGs, then it's just like a irrelevant term. Same thing with like JRPGs being Dark Souls. Like it just doesn't make any sense from any point of view. Like it only makes sense from autism, right? Because you're like, yeah, but it's Japanese, so they're like that's what it is. It does stand for that, yeah, but that doesn't mean that every game falls into that category simply because, you know, that's my argument. It describes a certain type of RPG within the context of the popular consciousness at large, more or less. So if you say JRPG, like if you're recommending a JRPG to someone and you give them Dark Souls, does that make any sense? Like they're like, I played Final Fantasy, can you recommend me some JRPGs? Yeah, I played Dark Souls. Like it just... it doesn't make sense. So, like, of course, other people can have different opinions about what these genres are, but to me, a CRPG is a Baldur's Gate style game. To me, a JRPG is a Final Fantasy style game. Anything other than that is some kind of deviation. Like, Deus Ex is not a CRPG, it's an FPS, or it's like an FPS with RPG elements. Like nowadays, they call them immersive sims. That's what they call those kind of games. It's like an FPS immersive sim, because it's literally just an FPS with some dialogue choices, pretty much. Deus Ex does have RPG elements, because it has, you know, skills and stuff that you can level up. Which is the common definition of RPG, like there are numbers, which is like also the worst definition ever. I mean, yeah. It depends on like how many steps away do you take from it, because like KOTOR is just Baldur's Gate, except that they just added like a free cam to it, kind of. So it's not locked camera anymore. But even that can have like a drastic effect on the game too, so... But... It's like this point and click, you're not in like direct control of your character type of game. Yeah, I mean, Disco Elysium it's a little bit of an outlier, because there are like almost no games like it. In fact, it's like one of I don't know, it could be like the only game like it. In a way. So I would argue that it's a CRPG, because it has everything that a CRPG has, except that it just omitted gameplay. Like, it just doesn't have combat. Like, that's the only difference between that and a normal CRPG. It was better off for it. I still love Disco Elysium. I think it's one of my favorite games ever. I don't agree at all with everybody who complains about it. Because people... But I do understand. I do understand why people don't like it. Because... And that's because it's political. Like, a lot of the dialogue in it is political. But... if you at all like participate or like get inflicted by political dialogue on Twitter, you become hypersensitive to it. So, for example, you can play a hardcore racist, and your partner is like a Korean guy. And if you play hardcore racist, then the Korean guy reacts negatively to that because he's Korean, and you get berated for it by people around you, and that's what people get upset about, because they're like, oh, if I do the racist choice, then then they get berated, but if I don't, then I get praised or whatever. But it's like, I don't know. I feel like a lot of people can't differentiate between just character writing and like literally the author like yelling at you with their own words. Like it's really silly, to be honest. I did not have any issue, and I am hypersensitive to libtard stuff. And I played it as a hardcore racist. And I still didn't feel like the game was really bothering me, like on that level. So I don't know. I don't see it. It was not that bad. It was pretty nice. Kim is a bro. He just doesn't understand yet. Like, he just doesn't understand that even if you are a hardcore racist, you don't have anything against him. Like, it's not about that. Like, you know. He'll come around. Void late update. What the hell is going on here? Void update. Zoom levels. I think I want to keep this. Oops. Yeah, he hasn't lurked on Frog Twitter enough. He'll understand. I think we'll keep this. Because this is... keep... part of... prefab editor loop. Implement later. I don't know why my stomach hurts. It's kind of weird. Maybe I've been eating too many peppers. I've been spicing my food a little bit too much. Maybe that's why. It's not the fruit flies. We need to actually comment as we go as well. Point in AABB. This is X if point is within area. Set focus. Init level. Write out ground on entire map. Yeah, this goes. This is my old way of rendering the level. Create window. We're not doing that. Building corner check. Why is this in the level editor? I don't think this is used at all. It's not. Position in map. This is not used at all either. Calculate camera tile position. Calculates and rounds the camera position to a tile and rounds the return value to the nearest pixel. Get child recursive. Gets all the children of a object in the hierarchy and add it to the list. It needs to be a game object. Sort render list. Sort the objects on screen and sets their render order based on Y position, and if at the same Y position it sorts by X, I think. Check if input is released. Checks all inputs. Sets all booleans to false. Used to drag things, but has mostly been migrated to each window component own update. I believe set structure metadata to selection. Sets the room slash building slash floor values from bottom of the tile selector to the current selected tiles. This is actually broken. Tile structure metadata to selection broken as rooms now are a list, and the UI, the GUI cannot input it that way. Yes. Check middle mouse button. Well, that doesn't seem to do very much. Get mouse tile position. Gets the current tile position of the mouse and rounds it to the nearest pixel. Doesn't, and lowers it to the nearest pixel. I don't think any of these are used. Checks left mouse button. And triggers whichever window or window element we are currently pointing at with the mouse. Breakout equals true. What does this do? If breakout. Oh. Breakout is used to check if we missed all windows, meaning we click inside the canvas game world. AABB check against all windows. Find AABB check against all windows, window elements. Runs windows trigger window/elements trigger function. Then down there, that's the same shit. If active window only runs if there is an active window, meaning a save as menu or new map window, etc. I don't think I need to comment that, really. At least I hope so. If we didn't find any windows, execute current tool on main controller. Devs should just stop trying to balance games? Absolutely not. If this is an MOP discussion, then devs should stop trying to smash PvP balance into a PvE game. That's what they should do. That's the balance that's a problem. But even so, I don't know. I don't want to speak too much with certainty on this, because I don't really know how it would turn out, but Blizzard has always had a tendency to have like vastly different values between the player and the like the enemies, the content in the game. So you have, like in Diablo 2, you have a player with 400 health, while you have enemies that have 200,000. You know, so all the values become really weird and skewed. And if you try to PvP with that, then you have to write like an entire system separately just to do damage to players in a way that makes any sense. And I think WoW also does this to some degree, and it just makes things kind of weird. It's not as bad in WoW as it is in Diablo, for example. Because in Diablo it's to the extreme, but I think that's one part of the problem. But at the same time, again, like PvP, it just doesn't have the same like rules for how you just play it in an MMO, so I don't know. It's really weird to balance. Plus, I will just never, under any circumstances, agree to PvP in a level-based game. Like it just doesn't make any sense. Like it's just not. It just doesn't. It's fun? No, it's not. It's fun when you are winning, because you're like 3 levels higher. Yeah, I know they balance it separately, but I mean that in itself is also a little bit of an issue, because it splits developer time as well, and it just. But it's better that they do it that way than try to balance PvE for PvP, because it just like one side is always going to be angry at that point. All the PvP is done at max level? I mean, not really. And even at max level, like current WoW, it does have a much better. Feels weird when your Death Nuke is a wet fart in PvP. Yeah. Well, I mean, in Mists of Pandaria and Forward, I think they had kind of an okay approach to balance to some degree. I mean, I've never thought Blizzard was good at balancing. Like, let's be real, I think they are literally one of the worst companies that have ever existed when it comes to balancing their games. But the new talent trees, they did allow for them to have like certain talents that gave you abilities that were more focused on PvP. And you generally just went for those, right? And they were just kind of not used in PvE. So it was like a fine, like it was fine for the most part. But even then, I still cannot agree with like level-based and gear-based PvP. Like, not really. It's just... And the reason for that is because I've played like 2,000 BGs. And I want to shoot myself in the head. The rune one you get a rune you place on the ground and you deal more damage. Clearly that's the PvE talent. But it's really a gimmick in PvP. I mean, yeah, more or less. Unless you have a team that supports you and lets you just stand there and fart around with it. And warriors have a bunch of different charges that just do different things that work differently well for PvP or PvE or whatever. Intervene being a talent for a while, yeah. MOP is considered good for balance, but it kind of ruined flavor of classes with everyone getting everything. See, that's where we diverge. Both me and Okeb are huge MOP fanboys, and it was the best the classes have ever been. And I do think so. When they released Legion, like playing an Arms Warrior was just... I literally quit the game because like an Arms Warrior was like barely playable anymore solo. Like if you were just going around doing world quests in Legion as an Arms Warrior, like you had no survivability whatsoever because they just removed everything. Like you didn't have anything anymore. You had enraged regeneration. That was the one button you had. And if I just switched to protection or played Paladin, which is what I did, I could kill every single elite in the entire game myself instead. So, for me, the fact that they like removed things to make classes like more like you're a warrior, you know, it just made it worse to play because I was always a solo player. Yeah. Like it's not like you weren't a paladin as a warrior before either. You just had a lot of regeneration and stuff like that. Like it was pretty heavy to bring a warrior down. Before then in PvP sometimes. I remember. I don't know if it was in MOP. Like I can barely differentiate between the expansions, but like. There was one expansion I was PvPing a lot, and I remember thinking that a rogue, like a warrior, could literally not win against a frost mage. Because you just did not have the tools. It was not possible, because the frost mage just couldn't... If he was good enough, you just could not win. It was not possible. But there was one guy who dueled in Durotar, and his setup was, instead of having AP gems and enchants, he only had stamina. And because he had only stamina, he could win, but he still had to fight the frost mage for like 30 minutes to win. But the reason he could win was because he had the stamina, and it made like second wind and those kind of things heal him enough so he would not go down over time. And that was pretty funny. But it was like, it's like not a viable setup outside of Durotar dueling. I watched him duel, and he was like, he was playing arms. No, it's not. You can't have a class-based system really and balance it around 1v1. Like, it's not possible. Even fighting games aren't balanced in that way. Like, there's always going to be matchups that are just really bad for certain characters. And that's just how it is. Your Stormwind arm flapping. Yeah, no, Durotar dueling was its own thing. It was like people who were just standing there all day and just dueling. I wanted to get into it, but it was too gear based. I just couldn't. Like getting arena gear without having friends who like play arena. It was such a nightmare. It was terrible. So I just never got to it. I tried so hard to PvP in WoW, but I just couldn't. I was just not allowed. My Brazilian companion was not born at that time. You can't solo healers now? I've not played PvP in years, but from what I hear, you can't solo healers now. That's been the case for ages, to be honest. But it's gone up and down. Like that's typically WoW balance. It's like one thing is this way, like a healer is unkillable, and then the next expansion, it's like they just slap them in the head, and then they get insta-killed by everything. But, like for example, fighting a resto druid. I remembered fighting a resto druid, and it was just not possible to kill him, because he would just heal himself. I wouldn't have enough heals, and the thorns would just kill me. But otherwise, I almost always played Arms Warrior, and even when Mortal Strike was like at its peak with 50% heal reduction, you still couldn't solo healers, because healing was just too strong. But I think that's kind of okay. But the thing is, what that does to twos in PvP is that if you're playing a healer DPS setup, like the fight, like no matter what, it always takes 30 minutes. Like I played Arms Warrior Holy Pala with a friend for a while, and our like every single encounter that wasn't against double DPS took 30 minutes every single time, because they was just not, it wasn't doable. He had to help DPS, and you had to like get him off guard or something, or it was just not possible. That is true, but he didn't want to do that. And I played Warrior, and Warrior is just not viable without a healer. Or wasn't. Healers should always DPS. That's one of the things that I think Final Fantasy XIV gets right. That healer is a DPS class. Like in PvE. I don't know how it is in WoW now, if healers are just pure healers, or if they actually DPS in raids and stuff. But because they went that way for a while, like in MOP, that was how you did it. Like that was how you played. But a lot of people didn't, because it was just contrary to how healers have been healing for ages. But that's also why I loved MOP, because every single healer was a DPS healer. Like, even Resto Shamans, I think. Holy Pala and Disc can DPS. Yeah. So they still have that. Yeah, I mean, I see people say that WoW raids are like, oh, they're so easy now, but at the same time, every single actual Mythic Raider I talk to, they do not agree. There was a girl I knew on Twitter for a while. They did raiding, and I think it was in Legion, maybe, I don't know, like the last boss in Legion before they released whatever expansion came after. She said that they had like 250 to 300 wipes before they downed it once. And I'm like I would never enjoy that, like not in a million years. Like even if I enjoyed raiding, I would not enjoy that. But I don't think anyone can say that it's too easy at that point, really. Like even if they were shit, like and I don't think that they were. I love Raid Finder. Never tried Mythic? Yeah. They made normal mode super easy. Yeah. Yeah. I used to be like I've had all the shitty opinions in my days. I used to be like super hardcore anti like leagues and stuff in Diablo. Like they're gonna reset my character and like only have the new items in the new league, like or in the new season. Like I was super pissed about that kind of shit. And the same thing about WoW, like I hated the Dungeon Finder when it came out, it was so stupid. Raid Finder was also retarded, but also people used to complain a lot about not being able to actually participate in the content, like not see, you know, the end game, because you had to join a raiding guild, and like 90% of players can't, like they don't want to do that. And so and the story is always in the raids as well. Like that's where the story is. So you're like missing the entire game if you care about story. But now I'm like, I should be able to solo like every raid. Like they should they should make every single raid soloable. If I want to, I should be able to do that shit. Like for I hate add-ons like DBM. Yeah. I mean, I don't entirely agree that DBM is the issue, but I also don't like DBM either. I think it's just a fundamental flaw that's like borderline unsolvable in World of Warcraft with how design or how content is designed, especially in raids, because it's like a raid in WoW is like, if you haven't done the Wikipedia research, then you're just wiping the group, because you just have to know some obscure mechanic that's just gonna wipe the group. You get like a debuff and you have to like go and touch somebody with another blue debuff, but if you touch the guy with the green debuff, then everybody wipes. You know, it's, and I've never liked that about WoW's raid design. So DBM is kind of just, it kind of just deals with that in a way. DBM bigwigs is a must for modern raiding guilds. All use the same one so they can coordinate better. Yeah. Look up the Archimon boss fight. I don't want. You have to have an add-on specific for one fight. The mechanics were that convoluted. Yeah. Number 8.
In this video, we'll go over the hardest raid bosses in the history of Warcraft, based on a lot of different factors that I'll be explaining within each segment of the video. So, starting off at number 10, we have the Fallen Avatar from Tomb of Sargeras in the expansion. And here's the thing about Mythic Blackhand. This low kill count is an add-on that basically told them where to stand when the marks went out. Basically, after Warlords of Draenor, called Magma Geyser, which would destroy the Frost Patch.
Ooh, not.
Then, during the last phase
The
of the
Lich
fight,
King.
the mechanic of them go in to test the mechanics, before sending in their mains to do the real attempts on the fight. So those 170 attempts were just the ones they did on their mains, and doesn't account for the many more attempts they had.
I mean,
so what made the
yeah,
so difficult, and what gives it such a high spot on this list?
I didn't think this raid was that bad, but we only did it 10-man, and we already knew the mechanics. Because when you judge a fight for how hard it is, really, you kind of also have to take into account first time clears as well, because...
Well, the boss himself hit really hard and had a lot of health, so he might have just been a little bit overtuned, as most guilds...
Also, we did it in Cataclysm, and that changed the balance
Able to
entirely.
kill 'em as long as they had a holy paladin spamming heal
Or we
totems
did it in the
the whole
Cataclysm
time,
pre-patch,
as well as
rather,
this
not
raid
in
reserve in
Cataclysm.
order to completely shield the entire raid to negate the infest mechanic, which he would periodically spend in the middle of the room, and then just dispel it during the knockback in order to save everyone. Except for the fact that the
I've never done the Kill Jaden raid. I went around and did all the low level raids, I thought, but I don't think I ever did Kill Jaden. There are just some that you can't, because there's gonna be like something that just perma-stuns you and one-shots you or something.
Eventually, Blizzard nerfed the
So it
HP
just
of this
has
thing,
mechanics
so
that you
this
can't
part
do
of the
solo.
fight could be done in the intended manner without cheese and hard, was because it was designed around being killed with the 4 keepers helping you out. Even if they did figure out how to deal with you like lads,
Oh
they
wait,
still needed to kill the
I thought
boss
we were
off.
going over here. I was just going through them.
And the way
But
they were
over
able to
8 is over
accomplish
here.
this was basically by Programmin from Hellfire Citadel and Warlords of Draenor. This was a raid tier directly following Blackrock Foundry, and the world first
Have I done this
was
one?
killed by Method after 472 attempts, which is only about 20 more wipes than Fallen Avatar. Now,
don't think
Archimon
so.
was also an incredibly difficult boss fight, with a laser beam mechanic that was so hard to manage, you basically needed add-ons to tell you exactly where to stand in order to not crisscross the lasers and kill the raid. On screen, I'll show you an example. All 20 raid members get a beam, and it hits through 2 people, and you die if you get hit by anyone else's. So you have to position the entire raid perfectly to only get hit by your beam, which is where the add-ons come in to tell you if you're standing inside someone else's beam or not. Then in Phase 3, there's a mechanic called Marks of the Legion, which targets 4 random players and requires about 5 people to stack on them in order to soak the damage, and to reduce the pushback, because once the mark went off, it would do a ton of damage and then push you off the platform based on how many people were stacked with you. So if you were able to solo soak the mark with an immunity, it would still knock you off the platform. And the way guilds dealt with this mechanic...
Yeah, I don't. I think Final Fantasy XIV does pretty much all WoW's raid mechanics better, because in Final Fantasy XIV you can like like all those lasers, that would have been a thing on the ground that everybody could see, and you just had to spread out and like not stand in each other's thing. And like, it's just really good about showing those kind of things for the most part. It still has the same kind of balance or design issues that WoW has, where it's literally just you get blue debuff, you have to stand in thing. Like, there's one boss I still don't know how it works. Like, he spawns a bunch of like red and blue pools on the ground, and you have to like switch them over to another color, but like I to this day I still don't know like what color am I supposed to switch it to, like what are we doing? But the big raids in Final Fantasy XIV they're kind of brute forceable, and that's what like makes them tolerable, because all it takes is that like 1 or 2 guys actually know the strats and write them out a little bit. But even if they don't, as long as it's not like something that actually wipes the whole group, you can combat rest like forever in that game. So you just get combat rest forever. And there's some healer that's just resting you forever, and you die like 100 times. I always go in main tank in the raids, and I just main tank blind. And then somebody like takes over when I die. Great. It's very clear that we're not getting anything done today. And it's lunchtime, even though I'm not eating lunch today. All the raids, like there are 25-man raids. They're called alliance raids, they're all queue based, so you just queue to them and you just get randoms, right? You can queue to the other ones. The hard ones are the 8-mans, but you can do those in the queue as well, but it's super RNG if you get someone who knows, like if you get a shitty group or not. I remember Yoshi P, the lead developer. I think it was in Shadowbringers. He did a live stream where he did the harder, some of the harder encounters. I think maybe it wasn't some of the harder ones, but it was like the hardest difficulty on those 8-man raids, and he did it only with randoms in the duty finder live. And they managed to beat it eventually, but they, after dying like 10 times. I thought that was pretty ballsy to stream that. Yeah. Maybe we... Oh my god. Someone said that I only like AAA games. And I was like, yeah, I love Forspoken's strong black female lead. People keep commenting on it like I'm serious. Anyway, I don't. 3 is generous. Yeah. If we boil it down, COD is just Space Invaders. People keep talking about boiling it down. I'm not boiling these games down. I'm talking about the top level gameplay in Persona 5. It's not boiled down at all. Like, it's literally the apex of the game. This is how it works. Oh my god. I might play some Minecraft later, but I'm also gonna try to just comment more on my own. But we'll see. Anyway, that's it for now. I'll be back later. I'll see you guys. Bye bye.